Yo, dude, Hey Siri, call my. Hey Alexa, call my phone.
Calling in. leave your message for 90822022312.
Alexa, shut up. Yo. What's good? You said what? Right now I'm live streaming on my YouTube. I'm waiting for someone to come drop my phone off. And then later, probably nothing. You said what? Man, I can't. Say that again? Oh, that is a tall order. Yeah, let me. I don't know. I don't know. Because I've been supposed to go to my mom's house since like 2 days ago, and I haven't been over there. Worst case scenario, I'll just send you the files, right? Yeah, I don't know. And I'm being complete. Oh yeah, word. It's been a minute. Yeah, that's not a problem. I just don't feel like driving anywhere. Like I literally haven't left my house in like 2 days. Let me I'll let you know in like 2 hours. I need time to. You said what? Alright. I bet. No problem. Let me just finish this and then I'll call you back. Alright. Bye. I just gotta finish. It's a Penelope. I'm not even talking to you. I'm on the phone. You always do this. When that happens. Let's hope. What? Boy. I just want it so I can sell items. Because it's only going to be one place where you could sell items in the whole game. Yeah, hello? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, oh, oh. Can't wait to see you. Huh? I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to see you. Pretty lady. Oh. Yeah, it look nice. You say you need what? Okay. Oh yeah, so I'm excited about this YouTube stuff. Cause like remember that Saturday that I streamed for like 11 hours. So that one day I gained 40 hours, right? And then I just peeked that the YouTube thing is like delayed, so it's like 4 days delayed. And that 40 hours just hit my channel. So remember I showed you my watch hours? It was at like 1,047. Now it's at 1,096. And then tomorrow I should be getting, like, by the end, in 4 days I have another like 60 hours to like that's gonna go on there because it's delayed. So I'm over. So if I keep doing this, by like next in 2-3 months I should have my 3,000 watch hours. Using your backup cameras. I say you was using your backup camera. But yeah, I love my supporters, man. They're so cool. I just need to find a way to get them more engaged, but I feel like that's my fault because I really don't be checking this chat. Oh wow, it's mad people on there right now and they're all talking to themselves. Hey guys. uh can you see the chat? No, I'll make and add more people if you respond to me in some way. I have like 5 people next to me watching. Oh, we're talking to Chat GPT. Are you a software developer? Dang, it's lonely. Boy, dude, talk to me. Y'all never gonna make it if you like this. And then this other person said, yeah, I'll like and I'll leave. Hello, Chat GPT coding. I don't know how I got here, but hi, y'all. I just have mad people join on here, but I'm not paying attention to the chat because I have to focus on my thing. Yeah, hello? Yeah, hello? My bad, no, my phone is extremely low. Like my speaker's broken. Nah, but I'll get it when you come. Or I'll... Okay, I'm about to go get it in 30 minutes. Alexa, set an alarm for 30 minutes.
30-minute alarm set for 11:56
Alright, in 30 minutes I'm gonna go get some. Bye. See you soon. Alright, guys. No, I'm not ChatGPT coding. I'm ChatGPT RPG Maker VS coding. There's a difference. I code for real, but like I don't want to have to bother myself with learning all the little thingies with RPG Maker MZ, and then ChatGPT just does a good job. The only thing that's kicking my ass right now, and I should stop and go do other stuff, is you see this cell thingy right here? I'm trying to get the cell removed. Like, it's so annoying. Like, I don't want to be able to sell anything. I mean, I don't want... Oh my gosh. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I'll talk to you when you get here. Bye. Okay, guys. Sorry, guy. Let me go to your channel. Let's go say hi. Dun, 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 dun. How do I message you? How do I message people on YouTube? Share channel. Is there no way to message people? Alright, well, I'm gonna go to this one. Oh, it's this cat. I love cats. Edit of my cat because he's taking over Russian tomorrow. Oh, okay. I like your cat. I used to have 3. Gave them. Okay, cool. Hopefully you'll come back to the chat. Alright. Let's go to all you guys' channels and say hi to you guys. And see what you guys are all about. 301 subscribers. Everybody edits. Welcome to EE. What's EE? Oh, is this the game? 7 years ago. Comments are turned off. Okay, I could at least like the video. Alright, I'm showing support to you guys. I got that was good channel. Da-na-na-na-na. Is my music even playing today? Hold on. I just peeped. You guys has been just listening to me type on my keyboard. This is the best one. I don't know, but this one right here is the best one. Let me turn this on for you guys. Cool. No, I already did that one. Nothing I could comment on or anything like that. Well, okay, cool, guys. I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. You guys helped me out a lot. Also, if you guys want to play my other games that I got, you could head over to itch.io/chigooX. I got some games for you guys to play. This one's free and this one's free, but the best 2 games in my opinions are these 2 right here. So this one I made before I made this one. So if you're gonna play the better game, play this one. But this one has its own cool little mechanics too. But this one's also cool, you know. They're both open world RPG. Dawnhaven is my it's like my child, my RPG Maker VX. You know, keep this playing. Actually remove this from the whole, right? So if I go to my channel, how the fudge do I get to my channel? There we go. If I go to my channel, wow, I thought it would be there, but it's not. Let me go to my playlist. Dawnhaven, guys. Dawnhaven, guys. Dawnhaven. This is the very first trailer I made for 4,000 views. Not bad. Not bad, Dawnhaven. But yeah, so this is pretty much what I did after a week. Minus the map. The map took me longer. But this world is like way bigger. It's like 2 times bigger than the one I'm currently working on, actually. But yeah, a lot of things actually changed between this trailer right here. Because if you actually look at the map looks terrible. Like it's empty. There's nothing there. And then let's see. That was what, 10 years ago? Ooh, actually, let me go to the whole. And then you have this trailer right here. I actually like this trailer. Oh, this is extended trailer. Yeah, I'm not gonna have you guys sit through this. Oh, do you guys want to watch this? Let me know. Well, anyways, I really like Dawn Haven, man. This game is so cool. Half cut tree. Hello? Yeah, I know, but I have to live stream. I'm sorry. I have to live stream. My fans are dependent on me. What do you mean leave it on? Then they're not gonna be watching anything. What? I low-key was just gonna. I could just play my one of my older live streams, I guess. But no. Alright guys, let me stop watching this. There's distractions everywhere. Just call me when you get here, okay? Bye. Okay, so we don't have to go now? What part? Oh, in Week Wake? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, it looks like you just did. Oh, this. I don't think so. It's your other boyfriend. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, let me. Yeah, let me talk to you. Bye. Whew. Alright, guys. Do I want to keep trying this? Did it give me something new? Or have I tried this already? I think I tried this and it didn't work. I need another computer to keep track of this chat. I hate this. Like, what the fuck is going on? Guys, this is frustrating stuff, man. I really don't fucking know. Alexa, shut up. Alright guys, I came here from who knows, but thank you for coming in. Guys, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I have to go to the store real quick. So I'm just going to play you guys an old live stream. Or something. Let me see. Let's see. Let me go to my channel. I know exactly the video to play for you guys. Let me also pause this. And then let me go to videos. Alright guys, I'll be back 20 minutes ish.
Charged? My mom said she charged it before. I didn't know it was on far. It's probably been on. Because I was literally about to go. And I had to go. I saw you. Don't look, just go. It's a shit on the floor. I'm sorry. Listen. I'm curious. I know. No. But I know you have a dog. Like, we have the people don't have the. No, people just clean it. Like, people be having dog shit in the house all the time. They just clean it. Yeah, they literally just clean it. No. I want Chinese. Set an alarm for 3 p.m. Okay, I'll be right back. To my car really quickly. I gotta get some. I left something. Well, unlock your car, please. wear my real hair. Huh? No, I do want to wear it, but I'm saying, does it look like... I don't think you get what I'm saying. Like, is it worth it? Is it better? Does it look cute? Or was my real hair cuter than that?
It's pretty cool. Look. I have a, it's not alive. Let me move.
This is going to be a tutorial on how to.
Alright guys, I'll be back again.
This is not going to be a tutorial because I'm pretty much going to be telling you the ideas behind, not the idea, the ideas to achieve a playable open world RPG. No matter how big you actually want the game to be, it's very possible. So you could have a 500 by 500 map with, and still have enough events on that map to make it feel like you're actually playing the game and it's not empty. And again, I'll tell you guys how I achieved that. So if you're not subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell notification icon, because I will be posting a whole bunch of stuff on the community tab, as well as posting new videos, live streams, and a whole bunch of good stuff. Let me see here. Let's see if I'm missing something. Okay, so pretty much I have a list here of stuff we have to go through in order for you to make a good open world RPG. Not to make a good one, just to make one in general. There's a couple of things that's the engine specific, and there's just some general ideas that I will throw at you to give you some ideas for your game. So the first thing, now, in my opinion, I believe if you want to make a good open world RPG, you need good lore. So what's going on in the world already, what happened in the world before, the characters, and they all have to fit into the world that you're building. Not just you're making a world for the player to play in. Just make the world feel like it's been there before the player got there. And I got that philosophy from Todd Howard himself from Bethesda, who is the person that made Skyrim. But yeah, make the world feel like it's a place that has thousands of histories before you got there. Don't make it feel like the player just got plopped into the world. So that's my first tip on how to make a good open world RPG in general. So this is not RPG Maker specific, but just in general. So moving on, this one is RPG Maker. So once you decide exactly what type of open world once you decide the lore of your game, you come up with the cool stuff, like maybe you had elves that wanted to kill everyone and now there's only elves in the world, or some cool stuff, right? The next thing you have to decide is the type of open world you want in your game. So for example, you could have a full open world game with a main map. Actually, there's a couple of how do you say this? There's a couple of variations to this. There we go. I don't know why that was so hard. But yeah, there's a couple of variations to this, right? So if we hop into my main game, Dawnhaven here, you see how all the town maps, they're actually all on separate. So it's like the old way of doing it, which not the old way, the semi-open, which I will also show you. So all the towns and villages are on a separate map because I know that they're going to have a lot of events and stuff happening in them specifically. So in order to deal with lag, which we will get to, I put them in separate maps, right? But the main map, you could walk from here all the way there. There'll be NPCs on the way, there'll be monsters for you to fight. And again, this is using an action battle system, so everything is in real time, not turn-based. So there's no random encounters or anything like that when you're actually, so if I hop in the game, just in case you're not familiar with this game. Ooh, I probably shouldn't have saved because I don't know what I changed. I'm just gonna continue. Hopefully we're in a good spot already. Yeah. So if I hop out to the main world, as you can see, I have my pet following me around. I have this guy who has a quest for me. If I want to walk all the way to the other town, I can, while interacting with enemies on the map. As you can see, that guy attacked me. So this is what I would consider a full open main map, right? So the main map is open. You can walk around, do a whole bunch of stuff, but the towns are zoned to a different map, so that way it minimizes the lag. The next type of open world you could have is a semi-open main map, which means specifically I do not like. So if I hop in over here where I already have something open, I can show you. So that's these kind of maps, like the old Final Fantasy maps where they'll have something like this, and then over here, let's say they want to represent some mountain ranges, they'll put that here, and then this is over here. And then if I want to have down, or let's say this is a castle, I have a castle here, I have a castle there. What else do they do? If they want to block up some places you can't go, they will do something like that, right? And then let's say I want to go to the next town. The next town would be, I'm pretty sure you guys know what I'm talking about, right? The next town will be over there. So if I hop into this game now, escape. You can't really see me because I'm invisible, but pretty much this is how you would navigate through the world, right? So you will go through that and you go, let's say I'm going from town to town, it will be like this. Now this type of open world usually uses one of the turn-based systems, either an ATB or otherwise. It can also use an ABS, which is an action battle system, but I rarely see that with these type of systems. But now that I'm actually thinking about that, I think I'm gonna make a game that's like this. Don't hold me to that. So that's what I mean by, if we bring this back up, a semi-open main. So it's semi-open, everything is more scaled down. It's not really on a grand scale of, let's say like my Dawnhaven, where all of these are 50 by 50 maps that you're walking through, right? And then you have your segmented maps. Now segmented maps are also cool. It's if you think about the old Legend of Zelda, I have that game, I can't remember, where the town is a different map, but each of the zones are also different maps. So for example, I can't really demonstrate that to you, but I can zoom in here. So if you pretend that all these squares are 50 by 50 and they're all different maps, right? So what would normally happen is, let's say they will block off this exit, they will block off this exit, block off this exit, block off this, block this off. You will explore here, then when you want to go to the next map, you go through the teleportation thing here, and now you're in the next map. Over here will be blocked off, over here will be blocked off. And then this is a different map. If you want to go to this map, you will come here, and then this will be blocked off. Maybe this will be blocked off, this will be blocked off. Then you have an exit here to go this way, and then you have an exit to go this way, have an exit to go this way. So this will do all of this. So that's what I mean by segmented map. Now each of the different maps have their strengths and weaknesses. Me personally, I like having the player actually be in the world and be a part of the world, so that's why I do it this way. And also to minimize on lag, I segment out the towns themselves, but not the actual open. And also, again, this is the same philosophy that Skyrim uses. So if you've played Skyrim or any of the Elder Scrolls, the open world is always open, but then the towns and then the dungeons and stuff are on a different map. Okay, so let's move on. So after you figure out what type of open world you want, the next thing you have to decide is the type of ABS you actually need to use in the type of combat you want in your game. Now, the different types of combat are suited for different maps, but are more suited for different maps, but you could use them interchangeably, and the more unique you can make your game, the better. For example, I can have this type of world map and still have an ABS. It's possible. So that way, instead of having random encounters here, you'll just be fighting the monsters on screen. That's another way you could do it. There's nothing wrong with that. You could have a turn-based, which is the regular, which is you could either do a side view or front view, whatever, turn-based. You could have the ATV, which is, I believe, the one where there's no turns. You just have to wait for your meter to fill up, then you could attack. So the choices are endless for you. The only thing that really determines what nothing determines, that's what I'm actually that's what this video is for, to tell you that no matter what option you pick, you can do whatever you want to. There's no limitation to the engine itself, but there is a limitation. It's a very big limitation, but there's workarounds to it to make it seem like there isn't. Pretty much what I'm trying to say. So the next thing you have to decide after you decide the type of combat is how big you want the map to be, and that's all your maps. So including your main map, the towns, the dungeons, blah blah blah. If you want a big game, you can have a big game. You could have a short, like for example, you could have an open world game in a 50 by 50 map where, again, you could have one of these ATBs. What am I talking about? You could have one of these maps that's like this, where it's 50 by 50 and everything takes place in that one little region. Or you could even have it be a city where the city map is the open world, and then inside the buildings are the different zones and stuff. And then you can make the buildings themselves huge. That way when you're walking around in the city, that's the open world, and then you also have other places to explore in the buildings and stuff like that. So that's another way you could do it. Let me just check on my chat real quick. How did you make? Good question. One second. How did you make your RPG Maker full screen like that? Mine always has black bar. For which one? It's a script that I'm using. If you're talking about Ace, I can kind of show you guys that. Giving me stuff to cut out in the video. For Ace, I believe it's one of Yan Fly's, or however you. Alright, cool. Back to where was that? Cool. So making an open world game, right? So you decide how big you want the map. Like after you decide how big you want the map, the next thing you have to consider is lag, right? RPG Maker isn't really a powerful engine per se, so you cannot do a lot. You can't have a ton of parallel process events running at the same time. Even though I do, you can't have a lot of events on the map. It's just a lot of limitations, so you have to keep that in. Depending on what RPG Maker you're using, for example, if you're using the newer ones, I get the names confused, MV or MZ, right, is built into the engine where whatever is not on the map isn't updated, so it's lighter on your system, right? If you're using VX Ace, you're gonna need a couple of scripts to do the same. If you look up RPG Maker VS Ace anti-lag script, you'll find something, but here's a couple of ones that I use. Victor Engine anti-lag, and also I use the one that's built into the actual ABS I'm using. I don't know if they work together, I doubt it, but I hope so because it works. It's in here somewhere. Here it is, anti-lag. So if you're out of range, if you're 3 tiles out of range, you don't get updated. And then for this one, I believe I have it set to the same value just in case, because I don't know which one's actually working, so I have them both in there. So again, like I said, the lag, it depends on the type of open world you have. If you have a type of open world, okay, so lag, this is actually a big topic, so that's why I separated it by itself, because there's a ton of ways to deal with lag. For example, you could just have a small map where you wouldn't need that much events on it in order to keep the players engaged. But if you're doing something like a big open world, you could have a turn-based system where there's not a lot of events on the map, because those events will be enemies if you were using an action battle system. So you could use a turn-based to minimize the lag so you don't have a lot of events. You could do what I do, which, okay, so this is what I do to minimize the lag. It's a couple of things I do, right? If you look on this map, you might see some events. There are a couple of events, right? Especially if you scroll over here, there's a lot more events, right? I can add a little bit more events in here before the game will actually start lagging. Actually, I could add a lot more events on this map before the game will actually start lagging because of that anti-lag script that I have, right? But if I have so much events on this map, it will lag, right? Keep that in mind. So what I do to minimize the lag is, instead of having all the enemies on this one map, thank you, appreciate you. Instead of having all the enemies in this one map, I spawn them in, and then I try to mimic random encounters. I wish I did this in RPG Maker MV, because that guy that made the alpha ABS built in random encounters into the ABS, so I wouldn't have had to do all of this. But hey, you didn't have all of that back then. So what I do is, I have a script that spawns enemies or spawns events from one map to a different map, right? And then what I did was, I made my own script called spawn encounters. Using those script calls, I pretty much just made some logic that said, hey, every few seconds or every few time passes, the time frame doesn't matter, every whatever time passes, spawn one of those enemies from this pool of enemies, depending on what region that the player is standing on. So if you're standing in the snow region, it won't spawn grass enemies, it will spawn snow enemies, right? It will say, hey, if you're on this region, pick from this pool. And then it will literally just say, hey, it will find the player's position and then spawn the enemy like 5 tiles or 6 tiles away from the player's current position. That way, the player might run into that enemy, or they might not run into that enemy, but the enemy will spawn, right? So it's dynamic and random still. So the enemy will spawn at a random time, the enemy will spawn at a random location that's by you, and then it's up to you to run into them. Now, if you leave the map and come back, and when you leave the map, all the enemies are destroyed. When you come back in the map, the whole system starts over again, where it's trying to find your location and then spawn in enemies next to you. That way, I never have too many events on the map at one time, and also I keep a limit on how much of those enemies will spawn. Loot spawner, that's different, but that's what that did. So that's one way I found to minimize. Do you plan on uploading? Actually, before I respond to that, so that's one of the ways as a lag on the. Damn, I'm losing my. Okay, so that's one of the ways I minimize the lag from my games. It's spawning the events in. Again, if I go to this game, which I was going to upload today because it's playable and you can win. But for some reason my ABS stopped working, and I think that was the reason why I stopped working on this game a long time ago, because I just couldn't figure it out and I didn't want to bother with it because I found Dawnhaven, so I just switched back to Dawnhaven. But again, if you look at this map, this game, the same philosophy, right? Let me minimize this. It's just easier to do it now, where I have my map. I can't have a lot of events on this map because the game will lag, right? So what I do is I spawn the enemies in. This time, instead of doing the scripts, I do it with events, because you could do the same things. I just did it with scripts because I know Ruby. I don't know JavaScript that much, so I did it with the events because it's easier. Plus, he already gives you script calls to spawn the, not script calls, plugin commands to spawn the stuff in. But if you see, this is literally the same kind of system as the script that I have, but instead of it picking from a pool, it's just picking a random. If I could find that map, I don't know why this is so small. It's just picking a random enemy between the enemies that I spawned, because I think it doesn't matter where you are, maybe, I don't know, but it works the same way. And then if you go to the newest game I just made a couple of days ago, again, the same philosophy, where we spawn the enemies based on, this one doesn't spawn the enemies based on the player's location, it just spawns the enemies because it's like a zombie game where there's zombies on the map and they're gonna spawn, and the longer you play, the more zombies spawn. So pretty much the same thing. To minimize the lag, if you're gonna have main open world where you want a lot of events and enemies and stuff like that, you need to have the enemies spawn in. You can't have the enemies just sitting there, because now the anti-lag script might help with that, but usually your game will lag. Also, another tip to minimize the lag is all your parallel process events, and as you can see, I have a lot of them. Parallel, oh, not parallel. But most of these, right, are parallel processes, right? You have to make sure you wait in your parallel processes, right? 30 frames is 1 second. Now, for example, this is always set in these values. Like, literally, I need these values always being set. I should make it 60 frames because 1 second is plenty of time, but it's in 30. But just make sure all your parallel processes, you wait. Because if you don't wait, that one I couldn't wait longer because I needed to be instant. But you need to wait. It helps with lag a lot. But yeah, if it's a parallel process, make sure you wait. I don't have a wait command here, but if you look in the script, you will see where it says wait. Always wait. Lag. What else can we do about lag? That's pretty much it. Make sure you're spawning your enemies. Make sure you wait on your parallel processes. Don't have too many events on the screen. And if you're going to have a lot of events, you need a big map. And the reason why you need a big map is because, let's say I'm on this map, I'm not seeing all the events over here because my anti-lag script won't allow me to see stuff that's past 3 tiles away. And I'm more than 3 tiles away. I'm actually like, this is 50 by 50, 50 by 50, and if the event is over here, it's like almost 100 by 100 tile away from me. So you have to have a big map if you're gonna have a lot of events on the screen. If you have a small game map, then you can't have that many events on the screen. You have to spawn them in. This is a combination of both to minimize the lag to the minimal. Alright, let's move on to the next topic. But after you finish the lag stuff, then you have to start making your weapons, armors, items, and spells, and all the stuff that you're gonna need to power up your character. And this is also where you decide on your game progression, right? So how the player will get stronger, and also how the enemies, how players and enemies will grow. Oh yeah, before I forget. What's the same script? Do you plan on uploading that script online? Actually, yeah, I could probably upload that script somewhere. Yeah, I'll upload it. I don't really consider myself a scripter. That's why I didn't upload it, because it's just something I needed for my game, and I didn't think. But yeah, I got you guys. I'm gonna upload that after this video. What else? And I'm gonna make it more edit friendly for you guys too. Yes, I'm gonna make another video to show you guys how I make the map. This map took a lot of time. Do you plan on? I have a Discord. Actually, I have a Discord. Let me give you the link. If you have any questions, join, I'll help you out. Okay, cool. Let's get back to this. So this is pretty much, next thing you got is your items, weapons, armors, spells, and stuff like that. Also leading into your gameplay progression, how the players grow, and how the enemies will grow, because those are the only two things that grow in the game. You as a player, and the enemies that you're going to be fighting. Sorry. You also make your enemy, and you also make your player. Actually, you make your player first. Oh, it doesn't really matter. You can make your enemies and players. Actually, no. Make your player first, and then make your enemy. So when you make your player, right, there's a couple of things that goes into that. There's static. Stat. And player control. Or both, right? So what I mean by that, so when you make your enemies will always be based off of your players. So that's why I'm saying make your players first. But you could technically make your enemies, give them stats, and then have your player catch up to your enemies. But it doesn't make sense. Just set your enemy to how strong they're going to be, and then limit your enemies to how strong your players are going to be. So you could do static growth, like in Pokemon, when your Pokemon's level up, they gain a certain amount of stats every level. Or you could do something like where Torchlight, when you level up, you assign your stats. The player assigns their own stats, right? And then, based on that, make enemy stats. For example, if you're going to be giving your players 20 stat points every level, you wouldn't make your enemies get 5 points stronger every level. So pretty much that, right? So you make your enemies, then you make your gameplay progression, which is how the players and the enemies will grow, right? And then, not really game progression, your character progression, right? You decide your character progression. Then you make your major NPCs. This is where and again, you have this in the back of your mind, your lore. You make your major NPCs, and this is before you make your major NPCs, before you do all this other stuff. I forgot one big thing, one huge thing, your story. So you make your lore, then you make your story based on your lore, right? You don't make your NPCs yet, right? And then you make major NPCs based on what you need for story or side quests. What's wrong there? Cool. So based on what you need, you make the major characters. So you say, let's say your story is about a doctor that, so let's say your world is a world where there's no doctors, right? and then your main character is the last doctor, right? Or like someone who's practicing to be a doctor, right? And then they have to go on this secret mission to go treat this girl. So the girl now is your first major NPC. You make a background story about the girl, about all the stuff the girl's doing, why she's sick, why she's blah 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 blah. And then you go see the girl. Now she has a mother. Then you find out where. Then you start making stuff about her mother and stuff like that. So story, your lore, story based on your lore, then major NPCs based on your story, and based on what you need for your story and for what you need for the side quests to fit your lore and your whatever else you're doing. And then after you do all of that and you decide all the quests and all the story stuff, then you make the gameplay loop, right? Usually with RPGs, you start a noob, you find stuff, or you explore to find stuff to make you better. That's the main gameplay loop with any RPG, right? Especially open world RPGs, because the reason why they're open is for you to explore, right? Because if it wasn't, then you could just have a linear game where you just give the players stuff at a certain point in the game when they get to that point. So after the first gameplay loop, the second one is reasons to explore, right? Now, if you was here before, fuck that mind. So if you was here before, the reason to explore can't just be to get better, because that gets boring after a while, right? Because if that was the only reason why the player is playing your game, then after they get better to a certain level, they're gonna be like, you know what, I don't need to get better anymore, because this is all this game is about, right? So you need to give them a reason to explore. Example, the main quest, the side quest, right? And you need to give them major rewards, things that would actually make it worthwhile for them to do those quests. So that way, they have a goal in mind. My goal is to do this quest, but then there's other stuff to do. As in, they get to explore. For example, they're heading to this castle over here. Instead of heading to this castle and a monster might appear, they start chasing the monster. Now they're over here trying to do some other stuff. And then when they're done doing that other stuff, then they remember, oh, I have a quest to do. Then they go back to do their quest. So that's the reason to it, because they still want that major reward, because they know once they finish their main quest, they're gonna get something big, right? Which also then goes into distractions. So distractions are things like with minor rewards. Do you think? One second. Do you think? As a noob, you explore to find stuff, and then you need reasons to explore. Main quest, side quest that will give you major rewards, and then you also need distractions in your game, right? So distractions with minor rewards. For example, let's say you do a quest, right? It could be a distraction. It doesn't really give you a reward, but it gives you a good story, right? Or it could give you a small item that's not really important, like some potions or maybe a small amount of gold or a small power up, right? So that's a type of distraction when you have like mini quests, right? That's not really a side quest, it's just like some mini activity, right? Or you could have gambling in your game where the player can go somewhere and put a little bit of money to try to win a big lot of money. So that's a distraction. A good distraction in GTA is they have the stripper club, where you can go to the strip club. You can go to the strip club and interact with strippers. That's a distraction. You don't need to do that for the game, but you can do that because you want to. So mini games are a good way to do that. There's a ton of other stuff you can do, like collectibles. I have that in extra, collectibles and stuff like that. But yeah, so you need distractions in your games too. And keep in mind, all of this is to encourage the players to explore your world, because them doing the main quest will lead them to explore the game, and then they're going to see stuff in the distance, and then they're going to want to go to those stuff. And then when they do go to those stuff and they see those minor rewards, like for example, let's say they go a different path and then they see an NPC that needs help with something else. They help that NPC. Now they got the reward because okay, I got something that I never would have got if I went there. Now they return back to their main quest, and then they get a bigger reward than they did from the other stuff that they did. Now they feel even better because now they got stuff. But yeah, and then now you do your minor NPCs after you decide your gameplay loops. And usually minor NPCs, what they'll do is they'll give you world information, they'll give you self-information, so stuff about themselves. And again, remember, all these stuff all refer back to the lore first, then the story second, right? So they can tell you stuff about the world, which is the lore. They can give you information about themselves, which again is the lore, and then they could also give you information about the story or information about the people in the story. That's another option. Or they just say random stuff. Whenever you can't think of stuff, just make them say random stuff, because you do need to populate your towns to make them look alive. Oh shoot, my girl's been. So yeah, you have your minor NPCs, they do stuff, and then you have your extra stuff. I don't know why I can never spell mounts, M-O-U-N-T-S. I always spell it M-O-N-T-S. Right? You have your minor NPCs, and then you have your extra stuff like mounts, collectibles, things that's not really necessary, but you put it there to make it easy or give the player something to do. For example, mounts. You don't really need it in the game, but you need to have your players travel faster. But you also have fast traveling. That's another extra you have in your game. But they don't really need mounts if they can fast travel, but you want mounts because it would be cool for them to ride those mounts, right? Cool. Collectibles, things for them to, especially when people like to collect stuff, right? They'll spend some more time in your game collecting stuff, which will lead them to explore, which will lead them to back into that gameplay loop, right? And then you need dynamic events. You don't need them, but they're good to have. Again, these are all extra stuff, right? Dynamic events meaning like NPCs maybe go to sleep. They're not awake at nighttime, or all the shops aren't open all the time, or the shops change their inventory, or just things happening, right? Random events. So random stuff, things that make it fun to be in your world, like mounts, collecting stuff. I can't really think of other stuff. Just fun stuff to have in your game. If you have all of these things together, right? Not only can you make an open world game in any engine or whatever you want to do, but you could definitely make an open world game in RPG Maker. The main thing that you gotta really consider when I'm gonna run through this list again, specifically the things for RPG Maker, is the type of open world. So do you want a map like mine, right? The only thing that's segmented is the major areas like the towns or the dungeons, but the main actual world that you walk around are all open. Or you could have the Final Fantasy maps where all the towns are icons and you could walk around the open world, but you're not really, it's like a map or whatever. Or you could have the segmented, right? You decide the combat that you want, you decide how big you want the map to be, because all three of these, the type of open world, the combat, and how big you want the map, all affect the lag, right? If you want to ABS, you're gonna have more lag, period, versus all the other combats, because you're gonna have more events on your map. So you have to find a way to go around that, either having events spawn into the map by the enemy, or just having a smaller map so you can have smaller events, or having a big map with, having a big map with fewer events in between them. Then making your items, making your player, figuring out what kind of stats that you want the player to have, if it's going to be controlled by you or by the player, the enemies that you're going to have in your game, the character progression. Now there's something else I left off, and that's class, right? The classes in your game. It's optional. You can have classes in your game, you can have no class. Me personally, I like having no class. If you want to have a sword, pick up a sword and use it. If you want to have a bow, whatever, pick up a sword and use it. Depending on your stats is how good you're going to be with those weapons. Just like in real life, I want it to be more realistic. I never like to bound the player. That's the other thing too. Player choice. How much choice are you giving them? In my game, I like to give the players, and these are just in the random spots, right? So if I'm going to do player choice, I'm actually going to put that up here. I have to lag, right? And then classes could be after items, right? So we're wrapping up the video here. Let me just put these last few little tab bits, right? Open class or define, right? So you could either have it open where anyone could use anything. Could be a warrior mage if you want, or you could be, if you're a mage, you're a mage, right? And then again, that leads to player choice. Player choice will be above all of this. After you figure out your lag issue and how you're going to minimize your lag, you decide how much choice do I want the player to have. Do I want them to be able to go everywhere right off the bat? that's a player choice. Or do I want to have all these little buildings locked and they have to go to here first to go do this, or go here first to go do that? I don't know why I forgot that. But player choice. Do you want them to decide how much stats that they get? Do they decide what stats goes to what, to blah blah blah, and stuff like that? But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys again for tuning in. I know this wasn't like a doing stuff RPG, more like a things to get your mind going. But yeah, pretty much that's all I have for today. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Make sure to, I'm still gonna be live streaming. This is just to end this video. But thank you guys again for tuning in. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Hit that bell notification icon. I'd really appreciate it, and it will also keep you informed when I release stuff like this. Yeah, play my games, man. I put in a lot of work. And I got tutorials too. If you guys need any help with anything, just let me know. Discord, I'm gonna put the link down. Yeah, come ask me questions. But besides that, and without further ado, we are done with the video, guys. See you guys next time.
I play a lot of RPG Maker games on this channel, and a term I bring up quite often as I play said games are the RTP, or the default RM. Although I don't think I've actually explained in detail what these terms actually mean. RPG Maker is a very unique kind of software as far as game dev softwares go, in that it actually comes with a bunch of starter assets. These assets are the RTP. To be honest, I don't think many people actually know what this stands for. I found like one source that claimed it was runtime package, but it wasn't from an official source, so to say. I personally call it the default RM, however, RM standing for RPG Maker. Now, something even more unique to RPG Maker is that these assets you have permission to use in your own games, even commercial ones. The only caveats is that you have to have bought the RPG Maker version those assets are from, since the license to them is tied to that version's purchase, and the game you make must be made with an Enterbrain property. So basically RPG Maker. And these asset packs are enormous. Depending on the version, some are larger than others, but in general, these things have the works. Monster sprites, battle backgrounds, icon sets, music, magic and ability animations, and assets for characters and NPCs, not only for overworld sprites, but portrait sprites as well. And some versions even come with a custom character generator, so you can kinda make your own as well, and they're all really professionally created as well. This on paper is amazing. Sometimes you just want to make a game despite having no artistical talent. These assets allow you to do that. And sometimes even people with that kind of talent will splash assets in to save time or just because they look cool. However, this does lead to some problems with RPG Maker as a brand, as since literally anyone can use them, what ends up happening is you get a lot of amateur devs making a lot of shoddy games with them. I'm not kidding, even within the RPG Maker community, these assets have become sort of a meme specifically for this reason. And it's really unfortunate too, because like I said, they're really professionally made. Although, I have seen games use them to great advantage, and today, I specifically want to see if I can find more. So what I did is this. I went to itch.io and I found 5 free indie projects, and I kinda picked them at random too. Literally all I did was search RPG Maker and clicked on the 5 first games I saw that appeared like they were made mostly using default RM assets. And the 5 games I picked were The Blinding of the Light, James vs. the World, Crown of Chaos, Dude Night, I can't wait to play that one, and Wayfarers. I didn't invent these games at all before this video either. I don't know how good they are, how long they are, which might come back to bite me because, you know, RPGs are long, or even if they're just dumb meme games or something. They're made using default assets that came with the software, and that's really all I care about. I want to find a good game that utilizes them. So without further ado, let's get started on this selection and see if any of these are any good. Our first game up for judgment is Crown of Chaos by Squarf Bandito. That name is really fun to say for some reason. A mysterious quest awaits you. Everything and everyone may not be as they seem. Are dreams truly reality? Or is it the other way around? What seems like an innocent adventure? Is there more? This is currently a game I have stopped working on, but it may change in the future where I can spend the love and attention it deserves. Please feel free to report any bugs or issues you have, or even any suggestions for future progression. Okay, let's see what we got here. Finally, I am here. Line break. The Temple of Heralds. Red will be so proud. So, we play as this girl... Oh, no, apparently we're not actually... Who's this? Okay, so... This character is Red, and that girl we just saw is Sapphire. I don't think that's how you spell Sapphire, but it's a name, so you never know. And she's coming to meet us, but this guard is confronting her. It's clear we're supposed to help her, but let's look around first. Maybe there's like some treasure we can find and... Wait. That's the exact same cutscene I just saw. It appears that the dev put an event here that triggers the cutscene when you stand on it, which explains why you start on that tile, but forgot to turn it off? You can do this really easily with self switches, just saying, let's go help her. Harlow, let her through, she's my friend. If not, I'll go and tell Priest Gerald that you called the Goddess of Light a crazy woman. 2 minutes in, we're already threatening the Royal Guard. That appeared to have worked though, and we're reunited with our friend who gives us a care package and then a plot dump, I guess. Okay, so right off the bat, it's pretty clear that this one isn't of the greatest quality. There are typos all over the place. The story is incredibly breakneck, though not in a Tumio funny kind of way. Heck, the opening town actually looks really familiar, so I did some digging, and it turns out that it's actually a sample map. That is so lazy. So, the actual plot is about sealing the god of darkness, Viscardi. Quite the threatening name there. And in order to do so, Red and Sapphire must travel to 4 dungeons of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water in order to find 4 keys they can use to seal him. To be frank, that is about as cookie cutter as an RPG plot can possibly get, which in turn gives me the impression that this is an RPG that strives in either its battle system or its characters. It's like a Venn diagram, I swear. These types of games very rarely have all 3. And you know what? That's kinda true here. The actual fighting is not half bad, if a bit bare to be honest. The encounter rate isn't through the roof, and the game is smart enough to make your heal spell really inexpensive. And the first boss is actually quite balanced as well. The game also does that thing where you can purchase weapons for characters that haven't even joined your party yet. I can imagine some people wouldn't like this because it kind of spoils future events in the game, but honestly, it's something that's never really bothered me. If anything, it gets me excited for future events and provides an extra option for people trying to min-max the game. And honestly, that's kinda all there is here. After you get the first key, you head off to the next town, and that's basically the end of the demo right there. Overall, I think this has potential, although it really doesn't do much to stand on its own right now. That's probably my biggest problem with it. Now, the thing about making games with the RTP assets is that by default, you're going to have to do something to stand out. And this game kinda lacks that. I feel it needs some kind of core mechanic or gimmick to make itself more interesting. There is one really weird part of this game, however, that just kind of feels off and even pretty immersion breaking. So in this church right before the end of the last town, you meet this guy who tells you to wake up and then asks if you're a boy or a girl. You then start playing as this entirely new character in what I think is supposed to be the real world. This kid talks about a new game he has, and you can explore his kitchen and the like, and then you meet this girl in the park where they have the vaguest conversation I've ever heard, and then the game ends. It came out of nowhere and actually left me with some pretty big questions right at the end. But then again, thinking about it, the game's description did mention something along the lines of dreams and reality being blurred together, and that man did tell you to wake up, so... Is this game supposed to be a dream? Honestly, if that's what the dev is going for here, then that's actually pretty interesting. Dare I say, it might be that perfect recipe for that added kick this game kinda needs to stand out more. It needs to do more than just be a dream world, though, in a real world to be interesting, however. Like, maybe characters in the real world could correspond to characters from your dreams, kind of like in Ni no Kuni, or maybe actions you take in the real world could influence your dreams, like the kind of abilities you get and stuff. Honestly, there's a lot of potential there, and if this dev ever does want to continue this, that'd be honestly something I'd be very much looking forward to. Oh, and because I'm nitpicky sometimes, here's one last thing I want to bring up right before I'm done talking about this one. What in the world is up with the tags for this game? Because while there aren't many, most of them are very confusing and even outright wrong. Like, it has the female protagonist tag here, even though Sapphire is more of a side character. There's also tags for comedy, mystery, and spooky for some reason. Was this game supposed to be funny or scary in any way? I didn't take it that way, and it certainly is not a mystery game as well. I don't know, it's just something I found odd. Properly tag your games, people. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's move on to the next one. So our next game is The Blinding of the Light by The Happiest Camper. Alright, fellas, I think we have a new record for the barest game description I've ever seen. All it says here is, it's been a while since I've made one of these. Okay. The only real thing of note I can find is that it was apparently submitted to some thing where you need to make a game within 1 hour. It doesn't appear to be some kind of contest or even a game jam, but instead just an event a bunch of people did for fun. Actually, looking through the entries, a lot of these games here appear to be made with just default RM assets as well, so heck, maybe if I ever do want to do another video like this could be a potential resource for finding games. Then again, a lot of them appear to be in French for whatever reason, so there might be a bit of a language barrier there. I'm getting off topic though, let's get back to the game. So, you start by playing as this old man named Julius, who the game implies is some sort of berserker who's also a war veteran. You spawn on this never-ending mountain that you can't leave with only one statue to interact with. You do so, and then you get warped to the past. Huh. And I say it's the past too because you play as a kid who just happens to have the exact same name, class, and even character description as the elder we just saw. We suddenly hear a little girl calling for help, so we rip apart the rock face with our bare hands. So that's why he's a berserker, and we find a cave. The cave, by the way, I think the encounter rate is way too high here. The monsters are extremely powerful as well, so they can kill you really easily. Thankfully, however, you can actually run from them all, and it doesn't appear as if you can fail to escape, which gives me the feeling that that's what you're supposed to do. Eventually, you find the girl. Her name is Natalie, and she has healing magic. You make your escape with the girl, but just as you're about to leave the cave, this evil vampire blocks your path. You fight him, but it appears to be an impossible battle, as he kills you and then the game ends. Huh. You know, for something that was created with such a strict time limit, I guess I should have expected a pretty abrupt ending like that. So, what do I think? Honestly, I really like what's here already, and as expected, it's incredibly basic, but the writing is appropriately mysterious and actually pretty mature, and it got me really invested. Like, I was disappointed when it ended. You know, if this game did continue, I have a feeling what it might be going for is somewhat of a chapter-based experience that jumps through multiple parts of this man's life. You know, getting a little older each time until he's an elder and we're back on top of the mountain, but this time with more context to what he's actually doing there. You know, kind of like in To the Moon, which coincidentally is also made with RPG Maker. And I feel the exact story this dev will focus on is his love life. At the mountain, Julius prays to a statue of a woman with love being his motivation, and the adventure of saving the little girl might very well be their first encounter. The game even mechanically shows you how important she is to him as well, as by the time you reach her, you'll likely be at low life and she has healing magic. That is really clever. This is a really cool idea for a game that I can totally get behind. I'm not sure if the dev will ever return this one, but it was pretty powerful for a first impression. Unfortunately though, that's all I kind of have to say about this one. Again, it was pretty short. So, let's move on. So our next game is James versus the Giant James versus the Giant... Dang it. James versus the World. What in the world was that about? By Team Kaiden. So there might actually be more than one person behind this one. James Wella is a normal boy from Laba town. Laba is short for Limbra. Until one day when James and his 3 friends made a Ghostbuster type company after random enemies start appearing around Radical Forset. But then they met a guy named Ron after a hole appeared in his room, but then shit got real. I don't know why, but that really caught me off guard. It doesn't look like there's much here, but what's this? Bad news. Discord news. Bad news! macOS version! Coming soon! Well, at least they're inclusive. What is this bad news? I need to know. So as the title says, James vs. the World may get cancelled, aka not be completed. Why though? Well, for a while the game has not been touched by me, only an update that it might release to Game Jolt, but that is it. Also, RPG Maker MV is confusing. Why? Well, one day I was wondering how to make a cutscene, and I went on YouTube, and I only got how to make a intro cutscene in RPG Maker MV, but now that I searched it, more videos of how to make a cutscene appeared, but now I know how to make one, so that is it. By the way, I am making a Reddit for submissions to the game. Yes, that makes perfect sense. I understand everything now. Oh my god, what am I getting myself into here? I haven't even started the game and I already feel like I'm going mad. Okay, you know what? Who dares wins? Let's just bite the bullet and jump into this. So we got what? So the first real oddity I noticed of this is that you actually start with a full team of 4, which, by the way, that's the only time this is going to happen in this video. Yeah, this is the only game out of these 5 where you actually have a team of 4 at any given point. Although, for whatever reason, your party consists of only James and then the 4 factory default heroes MV projects always start with, like, literally. Also, this banana yellow menu color is not easy on the eyes. The first thing I did was walk up to this woman who gave me some free gold. And then I discovered that you can do it forever! Like, seriously, you can do this forever. Alright, fellas, do you think that's enough to start the game with? Our first location is, Labad Town. My favorite. I've heard legends of this place. There's plenty to do here. You could visit your own house, you could go to Jill's shop, where it's customary to stand on the counter, and then you can tell the mayor of the place to, Man, we got an edgelord on our hands. Exiting to your left will take you to Radical Force Set. It's actually called that. I thought that was just a typo in the game description. The battling in this game is incredibly basic. It's a bit more dynamic than the battle systems we've seen so far, like, a bit, but it's still a little too basic for its own good. Lucius hits the dab and attacks. Hold on a second. Tags, dab, and memes. Oh lord, we got a meme game on our hands. You know, I was actually joking about that when I said it in the intro. After a while, you reach a house where you meet Ron, who tells you to go upstairs to... Who the heck is John? Is this Ron or John's house? Make up your mind game. Warning, this level may have a ton of swearing, including... What is this, the 4 words you can't say in the RPG Maker community? Okay, I promise I'm not the type who complains about if a game swears or is profane. It's just... something about how this game uses profanity just seems very, I'm 14 and this is edgy to me. Like, honestly, I just can't take any of this seriously. You then teleport to, what the heck is going on? I cannot describe what happens in the game at this point. Hello, there is a we red house there. Okay. And then go into, oh god, that tile set. I'm Mayor Hell. Who are you? Passants. Who is Passant? Now at this point, I'm actually kinda stuck. I don't know how you're supposed to advance here. When you talk to this Satan guy, you get 3 options. The first 2 do nothing, and the last one sends you all the way back to the beginning of the game, with no health left because you were so mean. Yeah, I'm the mean one. I played through the entire game again, but I cannot for the life of me find a way to get past this guy, nor can I find any sort of alternative route. So am I just stuck now? Is this the end? I don't really care anymore, honestly. You can kind of tell the devs had fun making this one, but it's very incomprehensible on its own merits and just makes no sense whatsoever. Fun fact though, as I was editing this part of the video, I discovered that the devs actually updated this game, claiming to have added 2 endings and a boss battle. Do I have the patience to play this game again just to see that? Honestly, no. However, as per usual, I will leave a link to this in the game description below if anyone would like to try it themselves. I, however, need to move on before I completely lose my mind. Alright, I think we know the drill by now. Our next game has probably my favorite name out of this collection. It is Dude Night by Azure Guild. A short, humorous adventure of a knight called Dude that suddenly became a knight. He got a legendary stick to start his journey. No one know the power of the stick. Will dude use the stick in the right path or no? You will need the RPG Maker Ace RTP to run this game. Oh dang, you actually need the RTP to play this one. This sometimes happens with games like this. When you compile an RPG Maker game, you have the option to compile it with or without the game's default assets. I typically opt to leave them on. On one hand, a game compiled without the assets will have a small file size, which is useful for uploading and distributing it, especially if your game just happens to use no default assets whatsoever. That's kind of rare, but it does occasionally happen. And even if it does, there's a good chance the kinds of people who would play your game, such as fellow RM devs playing your obscure game for a comical YouTube video, for example, will. And at that point, the process to add them is literally just a drag and drop job. On the other hand, it makes your title not as approachable since not everyone will be able to download or own the assets themselves. It also causes the game to have some problems in that the second the game attempts to pull up any graphic or audio file whatsoever that isn't in the files, it'll crash. Like, seriously. Export your games with the RTP and tag people, trust me, it'll save your player base a lot of headache in the long run. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, Dude Night. So, we start with, dun dun na 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 dun. Dang it, this song is burnt into the soul of every RM dev, I swear. So we start the game with, basically nothing. No items, no skills, no equipment. All we know is that we're a dude, we're a knight, and we're also a noob. That's not even how you spell that word, what the heck? So we leave the starting area and, wait, what? I can't leave. Huh. For whatever reason, I can't seem to exit the starting area. I've tried everything, circling around the place several times, resetting the game, examining every tile. For whatever reason, it doesn't appear you can actually leave this forest room, though. Now, if you look on the game's page, you'll notice that there are screenshots of locations aside from this room, so I know for a fact that there is more to this game. I just can't seem to access it for whatever reason. And it seems this game was compiled in such a way that I can't dig into the game files either and figure out for myself. Now, I know there's probably still a way to get in there, but I'm too lazy and inept to figure it out right now. I think I unfortunately might need to end this one here then. I might reach out to the dev at some point regarding this. Who knows, maybe he just forgot to put an exit there and the game is fully functional aside from that. Quite unfortunate though. If this game ever does get fixed, I might have another look at it again someday, but for now, however, let's just move on to the fifth and final game. Well, here we are. We're at the final title already. And this one is Wayfarers, or Wayfarers, by, Wayfarers. Huh? Okay, it's not often I see a developer have the exact same name as its game. Typically when that happens, it's because the game is incredibly one-off from what they typically create, or it's some kind of magnum opus. But, like, seriously though, I can't for the life of me find some kind of name or even an internet alias attached to this project. And this project does have, like, a Twitter, a Tumblr, and even an Instagram, and I still can't really find anything. So I guess for the time being, the dev is purely anonymous here. Quite strange. I don't think I've ever seen something like this before. Typically you can find, like, some kind of internet alias or something. Anyway, let's get back into the game, and let's actually go through the game description. Harry, a boy determined to travel all 7 realms of Pangaea to find his mother's people, finds himself in the middle of a conspiracy. Accompanied by 2 young adventurers, Archie and Lily, Harry sets out to uncover the truth behind his mother's fate. Interesting. Well, it doesn't have any typos in it, so that's a good start. Alright, let's give this one a try and see what we got. Oh my god. No hyperbole, that was without a question the best game in this entire collection. And okay, I know the bar is kind of low here since I've just been playing a bunch of broken meme games today, but hear me out. Wayfarers is amazing. It's only about a half hour long, which actually makes it the longest game in the collection, but That aside, this game has a good story, really good writing, good pacing, some incredibly fun characters, a sense of artistry and a surety that a lot of effort was put into it, and a real true understanding of the RPG Maker engine and how to harness it for amazing potential. Unfortunately, though, this is the kind of game that's difficult to praise without just reciting the entire plot, so let's do just that. Trust me, there is a reason why I'm not talking about, like, the battle system or the gameplay first, but we'll get to that later. So, we start with a flashback sequence of some soldiers burning down a tent village, and then we are brought 17 years into the future where we meet our hero, Perry. This scene right here, I think, perfectly encapsulates the kind of writing that highlights why I like this game so much. So, we got these three bandits here cornering him in a warehouse, and they're after this medallion that belonged to his late mother. He spouts some cheesy one-liners and then takes them out, but then suddenly, Perry, why are the lights off? Okay, like, that's awesome! I love everything about this opening scene. It introduces these two characters of Perry and his dad/boss Clark exceptionally well. It pulls a fun subversion of expectations with these dummies, and it also tells us a little bit about the world. These two work as warehouse suppliers in the small town of Compton. They're both very experienced at their trade, despite Perry not having his license yet. There are apparently embargoes and backhanded politics going on in the outside world that makes their work more difficult, and they also have a rival named Flint. Anyway, just as you're about to close shop for the day, this guy walks in and collapses at your front desk. Your dad recognizes him. His name is apparently Ray, but he won't tell you anything about him and leaves shortly afterwards. He tells you to go home, but then suddenly someone else walks in. Salutations, fellow adolescent. Although you are what appears to be prematurely concluding your business, could you provide me with some information? This guy is awesome and is easily my favorite character in the entire game. So at this point, the game reveals that it actually plans to be somewhat chapter-based, as we're now told the story of how this guy got here. His name is apparently Archie, and he comes from a far-off land via train to visit Compton on an important mission. The train gets attacked, however, by rogues, leading to a harrowing scenario where you cause a guy to throw up, so you can sneak into the frontmost train and fix the problem yourself. All with that cheerful smile on your face. Eat your heart out, XY protagonist. Also, can I ask a question? What in the world is this theme that plays during this entire train sequence here? It's playing in the background right now. I really like it, and it sounds incredibly familiar, but I can't seem to put my finger on what exactly it is. Anyway, after that little adventure, you arrive in the small town and actually avoid the guards just as they were getting curious as to why a kid was able to fix the train so effortlessly. Looks like this one's never played an RPG, guys. Doesn't he know that kids are always more capable than adults? At this point, you go around town for a bit, eavesdrop on some folks, and then it's revealed that this is one of those rare instances where a fantasy world has multiple currencies. Like, seriously, why is that so rare? Well, I guess maybe if you give a restaurant a currency it's not used to, it get real pissed off and then have you work off your bill of menial labor. I guess that could be one potential reason why, but it works here. It's good world building. It's good world building. And then the flashback ends when you make your way back to Perry's shop. But then another person comes in and they kind of poke fun at this, which I kind of love. Now we're introduced to Lily, the third character of this trio. And then we get her flashback as well. Not nearly as much happens with her, however, she's apparently with the guards of Compton, and was present during the train attack. She follows one of the raiders, though, and discovers a secret passage that she can't really do anything about. You then report back to your superior, who's also your sister, who you're apparently having some drama with, and then you do some errands. Like, seriously, you just play errand boy for a bit. After that, you learn a little bit about Archie and then connect the dots that you should go to Perry's shop next, and then these three stories line up once again. After that, you and Archie head out to go meet Dad back home. When you get there, Archie and Clark start talking in mystery. Archie was sent by a guy named Leo and was instructed to tell Clark that the planets are aligning. Clark then takes out a book, and then the game ends. Oh man, what a wild ride. So why do I like this game so much? Well, I think the biggest reason as to why has to do with the game's presentation and its writing. I mentioned earlier that one of the downsides to making a game with default assets is that you need to do something extra in order to stand out. And this game accomplishes that by using its assets in clever and very professional ways, and by having a lot of fun of its narrative and writing style. The story itself might not sound that unique, in fact it's a little cliche as far as RPGs go, but it's a game that's smart enough to run with it on top of getting all the little things right. The game is also surprisingly comedic sometimes. I didn't really go over this much, but a lot of the NPCs you can talk to have some really funny lines that I found quite memorable, and the game itself even pokes fun at its weirder aspects. My favorite example of doubt has got to be the entire existence of Archie. So, do you remember when you were a kid and doing some creative writing for school or something? You always went onto thesaurus.com, looked up random words in your assignment, and then just replaced it with the longest word to come up, you know, because it made you feel smarter? Is that just me? Well, anyway, Archie's entire dialogue is written in that kind of manner. Increase in wealth is hardly a suitable motivation for me. I am in need of organic sustenance. So, a meal. Indeed! Judging by the sudden vibration of the cart and eruption sound, I am hypothesizing an explosion. Here is the desired amount as well as a small addition due to stellar service you have provided. According to the gardener's requirements, these cobs of corn aren't ready. And the unbelievable part too is that there's actually a story reason for this. He apparently comes from some city where technology is really advanced and everyone just talks like that there. Although that's not how normal people talk, and the game is very self-aware of this elitist way of speaking. Townsfolk even describe him as just that kid who talks funny. It's so good. So now is, I think, a good time to bring up something that to me was kind of an elephant in the room at first. And that's that, well, there are no battles in Wayfarers. Like, seriously, this game is 100% walking to cutscenes. Now, I thought this was weird at first until I took another look at the game's page, and I finally noticed that the game is actually labeled as a visual novel. Now, this I found strange at first because, I don't know about you guys, but whenever I think visual novel, I tend to think first-person camera, character right in front of you, you know. This game, however, is from a more classical top-down perspective. I find this doubly strange too because as of the time this game released, I think Visual Novel Maker was a thing, which coincidentally is a software I'm trying to figure out how to use myself now. For those of you who don't know, RPG Maker and Visual Novel Maker are both made by the same team, Dagisa. I think that's how you say it. Or at least they're both published by the same team. I know there is a difference there. But there are a lot of similarities between the two softwares, especially with MV, which is the most recent version of RPG Maker. So it just kind of makes me wonder why the dev of this game didn't bother using that. But then I thought a little harder about it, and I realized that the dev probably made the best decision possible here. Unlike a lot of visual novels, Wayfarers fancies itself in being a lot more cinematic than the average game of that genre. It's surprisingly action-packed for a visual novel, and the ability to actually walk around and talk with people adds a nice layer of depth to the world building as well. I'd be lying if I said that the visual novel genre didn't feel incredibly homogenized at times, and as a result, this is actually a really interesting take on how to create one. One thing I do kind of have a problem with regarding this approach, though, is how static the characters themselves are. One thing I've always felt made visual novels strong is their ability to characterize their cast surprisingly well with a variety of effects and their enormous array of sprites per character. Here, though, all we have are these tiny generated character portraits that really don't do much more than let us know who's talking. The game combats this a bit by tapping into its inner golden sun and making the overworld sprites more emotive and move around during cutscenes, which is just something more games in general should do. But I kind of wish the game went a bit farther with this and, say, had larger body sprites for characters too, with a number of sprites per character for different emotions. Kind of like in games like Eternalize, for example. You know, for like the three of you who have actually played this one. Like, seriously, folks, have any of you ever played this one? It was one of my favorite games as a kid, but I don't think I've ever met anyone who so much as heard of it. Man, maybe I should make a video about it one of these days. So yeah, Wayfarers kind of rules. You know, I'm glad out of all of these games I looked at today, there was at least one that I liked so much that I could see myself recommending it to people who aren't even into RPG Maker games. No offense to any of the other games I took a look at today, it's just clear, I think, at this point that this is the one I like the most. Really, the only thing left to mention about Wayfarers is that it's actually not finished yet. At the current moment, it's just labeled as a demo, and while I'm not sure what the current status on the potential final release is, let me tell you folks, I would love to return this once it's done. Heck, maybe this video will give the dev a bit of motivation, because like, seriously, please continue this, I will play it. I might even let's play it, because my god, this game got me invested. So now that we've had a look at every game, I think now's the time for some closing thoughts. I'm going to go ahead and rank these games from my least favorite to my favorite. My least favorite of the bunch is probably Dude Night, unfortunately, albeit that game was kind of broken, so I couldn't really play much of it, honestly, and establish a concrete opinion. After that is Blinding of the Light, which, let's be real here, the only fundamental problem with that game was how short it was, and even then there was a reason why it's so short. It's because the game had to be built in an hour. I really like the subtle story that one was trying to tell, and if the dev ever wanted to elaborate on it in the future, I'm sure it would be something amazing to go through. After that, I'd probably rank James vs. the World. At the end of the day, I recognize that it is just a dumb meme game, but to be honest, there was still parts of it that I legitimately found pretty funny. Particularly, I just got a good laugh out of how undeniably unpredictable the entire game was. You literally never knew what was going to happen next. Crown of Chaos is probably my number 2 pick. Don't get me wrong, this game feels very amateurish in a lot of different ways. However, the game itself is fundamentally sound, and it has a lot of potential with that dream idea, if the dev was going for that in the first place. This feels almost like the first project of someone trying to figure out how the engine works for the very first time, and hey, it's not a bad first attempt. And then there's Wayfarers, which is just awesome. I just spent a bunch of time praising it. I think we all know my opinions on this title by now. And you know what, before we end this video for the day, let's talk about a couple additional miscellaneous RPG Maker games that just happen to also use mostly default assets. Because in a way, they did sort of inspire me to make this video. These are all games I've also Let's Played in the past too, so if they sound interesting to you, there's an easy place to check them out if you want to see what they're like. I'll also leave links to their game pages in the description below. The first one I want to mention is The Princess's Heart by Rose Portal Games. This game is incredibly well designed from start to finish, with some really memorable characters, bosses, an interesting gimmick involving how it handles the characters' turn orders, and even some fun optional areas and challenges. Another one I want to mention is Chronicles Fate of a Princess by Descado. I'm just now noticing how both of these games have to do with princesses. Well, anyway, this one had a pretty fantastic story, some really good dungeon design, and a brilliant way to handle its class system for the main character that actually encourages some replayability. And not to toot my own horn here, but I've also made a game using mostly default assets. Say hello to Tamer Island. It is very amateurishly made, being my first full game made with the engine, but god dang it, I put a lot of heart into it, and I'm proud of my little ugly duckling of an RPG. It emphasizes collecting, which is something I like doing in RPGs, and I promise you will have at least one good laugh playing this. Maybe not something I intended you to laugh at, but you will laugh. It's a special key that can unlock anything on the island.
Why are you telling me all
I don't
this?
know why I'm telling you this.
Oh my god! Alright, I go down to the strange man's basement. Oh yeah, this is a cult. He's gonna sacrifice you.
We're gonna fight the captain again, but he's weak. And a special mention I want to throw in here at the end is At Last Alone Risen by DJ Beardo. And the reason it's a special mention is because this game is actually not made with default assets. However, I thought it was since the style looked so professional. The dev informed me this mistake I made in a rough draft of this video I uploaded, and apparently I'm not the only one to ever make this mistake either. However, I still want to mention it here anyway because, like, seriously, look at it. It's an isometric tactics game made with RPG Maker. The technical know-how that must have gone into this still blows my mind. Links to all of these titles I mentioned today will be in the description below. Go check them out and give the devs some love. And if you know of any other fantastic games that are made with default assets, feel free to share them below. Who knows, maybe I can make a part 2 of this one of these days. So, that will be it to today. As per track record of me, this video ended up being a lot longer than I expected. I honestly thought it was going to clock up to about 20 minutes at first. It went way beyond that. However, that's perfectly fine because I love talking about topics like this. As per usual, feel free to give this video a like if you enjoyed it, maybe subscribe if you want to see more from me, and I also got my Twitter and Discord too to continue the conversation, and some occasional behind the scenes stuff. I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for watching.
For the last 10 years, Game Maker's Toolkit has operated on a pretty simple principle that one of the best ways to learn about game design is to just play a bunch of video games. Games can introduce us to new mechanics and systems. They can teach us about fundamental game design concepts like feedback loops and input and output randomness. And games can act as a handy reference point when discussing game ideas with other game designers. But there are a lot of video games out there. Across more than 50 years of video game history, there have been hundreds of thousands of video games across different genres and eras and platforms and styles. And so, if you were going to play some games to learn about game design, it can be tricky to know where to start. And so that's what this video is all about. I've picked the 100 games that most helped me on my journey to understand game design. These are the games that leveled up my game design literacy and opened my eyes to what this medium can do. And so, this is not a list of the 100 greatest games ever made, though I would recommend pretty much all of the games on this list. And it's not a list of the 100 most important or influential games ever made, though you will pick up some history lessons along the way. Instead, it's a list of the 100 games that most helped me to learn about game design. Which is to say, this is unapologetically my list. While I got some outside help to narrow down the candidates, the final list of games is all me, to reflect the games that most helped me on my journey. So this list is missing entire genres and massive franchises, and there are 2 Zelda games on this list, and that was me showing restraint. For each game, I'll try to focus on just one aspect that I think makes it worth playing, but you'll need to play the game for yourself to get the full effect. To that point, I've noted where the game is available to buy digitally on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or Switch. But sadly, due to the sorry state of video game preservation, some older titles are just impossible to get digitally. So in those instances, you'll either have to do the legwork to seek out a physical copy of the game and maybe an old console, or use the alternatives I suggest to play something somewhat similar. With all that being said, let's jump in. I'm Mark Brown, and this is the 100 games that taught me about game design.
Space Invaders was arguably the first game with the sort of difficulty curve that we'd recognise today. It was partly a quirk of engineering. As you shoot aliens and remove them from the battlefield, the machine's primitive processor had one fewer sprite to draw, and so the whole game runs a little quicker. Every invader you spot, the faster and harder the game becomes. But also each level was intentionally designed to be a little more difficult than the one before, as enemies start closer to the bottom of the screen. Together, these create that wonderful spiky difficulty curve where the game is gradually getting harder and harder, but things do ease off when you start a new level. This undulating staircase provides rising tension, but also moments of relief in which to catch your breath. It's essentially the exact same difficulty curve that's used in games today, making it an effective way to start learning about the topic. You can play Space Invaders in your browser through the link in the description. Also check out Space Invaders Extreme on Steam, which reimagines the game as a neon-dipped score chaser with a thumping techno soundtrack. One of my favourite things about Pac-Man is the way the game swings between 2 very different states. By default, the game is about fear. As you try to clear all the pellets in the maze, you are chased around by 4 meddlesome ghosts who follow your every move and seem to be able to work together to pin you down and catch you out. But then, you grab the power pellet, and for a brief moment, the tables are drastically turned. Now you are the predator, and the ghosts are the prey. They run away from Pac-Man, and if you touch a ghost, you'll earn points and temporarily remove it from play. It is a satisfying reversal of roles that feels wonderful every time you pull it off, and it also keeps the game varied and engaging. Pac-Man is not a one-note game about a single emotion, but a dramatic back-and-forth tussle between power and powerlessness. Pac-Man can be played in your browser, and there are ports on Steam and other major platforms. You might also want to check out the semi-official sequel, Ms. Pac-Man, and the addictive modern reimagining, Pac-Man Championship Edition. With there being only a few years between the launch of Dungeons & Dragons and home computers, it's not surprising that a lot of early PC games were basically computerized D&D, with the machine taking on the role of a digital dungeon master. But one game stood out more than the rest: Rogue. Designers Michael Toy and Glenn Witchman wanted to make an RPG that would feel completely different each time you play, so hit upon the idea of using procedural generation. Now, the dungeon layouts are randomly cobbled together by a computer, which is following certain rules for how to place down rooms, corridors, loot, and enemies. They also didn't want a way for players to simply learn the dungeon through rote repetition, and so hit upon another idea that would come to define a genre. When you die, you die. No checkpoints, save states, or respawns. It's back to the very beginning and onto an entirely new dungeon. Now, I'll admit, I didn't play Rogue as a kid, but it's been so influential on the games I play today that I just had to include it. We'll have to wait until much later in the list to see these ideas truly come into their own. You can play Rogue in your browser or on Steam. It took a surprisingly long time for game developers to think of letting a character jump. It took even longer to make that jump feel fun. Consider Mario's first game, Donkey Kong, in which Mario has 3 predictably pre-programmed jumps: up, left, and right. But by Super Mario Bros., Mario has, well, essentially an infinite number of jumps. That's because the height is determined by how long you hold the button, because the distance is driven by how fast Mario is running before you leave the ground, and because you can even influence the plumber's mid-air movement. By having a jump that is driven by the push and pull of physics, gravity, and player input, the simple act of leaping around is made incredibly fun, expressive, and challenging, a mechanic that could sustain an entire game, or indeed, an entire genre of games. Mario's platforming has certainly improved in later games. The physics were tweaked and perfected in Super Mario Bros. 3, they were perfectly reimagined in 3D in Super Mario 64, and new moves like the spin, ground pound, wall jump, long jump, and hat throw add even more expressive action. But Super Mario Bros. Is still worthy of study for its ambitious first stab at a proper video game jump. Super Mario Bros. Is available as part of the NES library on the Switch Online service. While Shigeru Miyamoto and co. were finishing up Super Mario Bros., they were simultaneously working on another game that would, kick off a 40-year franchise and change the course of video game history. What's your side hustle, huh? That game was, of course, The Legend of Zelda, an adventurous fantasy epic designed to emulate Miyamoto's childhood memories of exploring the Japanese countryside. And it did this by giving the player a huge amount of freedom. You're dropped into a forest clearing and told to, essentially, get on with it. Your goal is to find 8 pieces of a giant golden triangle, but how you do this is largely up to you. You can now go in any direction, explore where you like, and take on challenges in any order you see fit. Sure, there are some obstacles that can't be overcome until you find certain power-ups. Many areas are filled with tough baddies who will flatten an inexperienced adventurer, and the 8 underground dungeons are technically numbered. But still, Zelda 1 gives a remarkable amount of freedom to players, and this makes your journey through the game feel personal and special. It's driven by curiosity rather than a designer's leading hand. You can get it on the Switch Online service. After the success of Super Mario Bros., platformers fell into a predictable formula: a series of levels, split into a series of worlds, played in whatever order the designer intended. But Capcom shook that idea up with Mega Man. This game begins on a stage select screen with 6 buttons that take you to the lairs of 6 different robot masters, and you can take these dudes on in any order you like. This gives the player a greater sense of freedom and encourages replayability, as the game will feel subtly different each time you play. But it's more than just picking the order. Every time you defeat a robot master, you'll take on one of their powers, and those powers will prove helpful in other levels and against other bosses. For instance, you can defeat Gutsman to unlock a rock-chucking super arm, which will destroy Cutman in a couple hits. Rock beats scissors, after all. Now, I don't think the idea is perfect. It didn't take long for magazines to start sharing the optimum route through the game, but it was a start, and is absolutely still the go-to cultural touchstone for a game where you can pick your own order to undergo challenges. Mega Man can be played as part of the Mega Man Legacy Collection, which contains all 6 original NES games. Tetris is the perfect game. I don't mean it's the best game ever made or anything, but I mean it feels like a complete, pure specimen, like a natural property of the universe that was discovered rather than designed, like a Rubik's Cube or a chessboard or Ryan Gosling. But the aspect I want to focus on is the interesting way it handles difficulty, because as the game goes on, with you manically trying to drop blocks into perfect lines, the game ramps up the challenge in two different ways. The first way is that the speed increases after you clear a certain number of lines. This is a sort of artificial difficulty, the designer essentially reaching in and tweaking the numbers to make your life harder. But the second way is what you might call diegetic difficulty. Basically, the more blocks there are on screen, the less time it takes for new blocks to fall, and the harder it is to play. The game becomes more difficult as a natural outcome of the play space. It arises from the rules of the game's universe, hence diegetic. You can see a similar thing in a game like Snake, where the longer your body grows, the harder it is to avoid crashing into it. It's an elegant way to make a game more difficult in a way that is clearly visible and immediately understandable. You can play Tetris in your browser, but you might as well play the beautiful modern reimagining Tetris Effect. There's so much you could say about the influence and importance of Doom. It was a pioneer in 3D graphics, online deathmatch, shareware, cheat codes, community-driven mapmaking, and it was so formative for the first-person shooter genre that similar games were all called Doom clones for about half a decade. But this isn't supposed to be a history lesson, and luckily, Doom is more than a stuffy old historical artifact. In fact, it's still wildly fun to play in 2024, and that's because, among other reasons, the game is fast. Doom Guy whips around the environment like the dudes on rocket-powered roller skates. Where many modern shooters feature flat-footed characters who run out of stamina while jogging towards cover points, Doom's protagonist is lightning quick, which makes encounters feel frenetic and fast-paced. And that plays perfectly with the enemies, who all play with space and position, like the biting pinky. You'll want to keep a lot of space between you and them, or the imp's meandering fireball projectiles, which can be dodged with fancy footwork. There's so much to learn from Doom, but at the end of the day, it's just a really fun game. It's available on Steam and the major consoles. With the Metroid franchise, which really found its footing in 1994's Super Metroid, Nintendo stumbled upon a powerfully potent gameplay loop, one that centers on the joy of exploration. The game takes place on the planet Zebes, which is not split up into distinct levels or worlds. Instead, it's a single contiguous play space, a non-linear, interconnected ant farm of corridors and elevators. Then again, your travel is often impeded by obstacles like doors that require special missiles or superheated rooms that will burn you alive if you stick around for too long. So go explore elsewhere, and hopefully you'll find a new power-up. Maybe some missiles, or high jump boots, a grapple beam, an ice beam, or an insulated suit that can withstand heat. Now you can travel back to that obstacle and overcome it. That might reward you with a handy upgrade, or it might reveal the next chunk of the map. So through this repeating loop of explore and unlock, Super Metroid is all about using exploration and your memory of the world map to slowly unpick a giant knot of locks and keys, until you find your way to the final boss. It is a wonderfully satisfying formula that has sustained an entire genre of so-called Metroidvania games, from PS1 favourite Symphony of the Night to modern indie gems like Hollow Knight. Super Metroid is available on the Switch Online service. For some of the older games on this list, you might have to cast your mind back to the 80s or 90s to truly understand what made them so special. But for Pokemon Blue, it would be very helpful if you could actually time travel back to 1996. Because, sure, Pokemon is a cute little RPG in its own right. It is a game about catching monsters, training them up, teaching them moves, and then doing battle with other Pokemon trainers. And you'll need to think about elemental pair-ups, as grass-type monsters will mop the floor with water types, but get burnt to a cinder by fire-based critters. But what made Pokemon so special was the fact that you could trade monsters from one Game Boy to another using a link cable. To encourage this, Pokemon was split into two games, Red and Blue, which are almost identical except for a number of Pokemon that are exclusive to each game. So if you want Vulpix or Electabuzz, you'll need a link cable. Other Pokemon would only evolve after being traded, and the starter Pokemon never show up again in your game, so you'll need to beg your friend for their Bulbasaur. Pokémon is an excellent example of building community around a game, not just through competition, but through trading and helping each other out. Pokémon Blue version is sadly not easy to play today, but it's also not recommended you walk up to a 10-year-old and ask if they want to see your Geodude. So maybe check out a more recent version and use your imagination for what it would be like to trade these things on the school playground. In my mind, 2 games really defined the jump to fully 3D gameplay: Super Mario 64 and Tomb Raider. And both were about jumping around tricky 3-dimensional obstacle courses. But then again, they worked in very different ways. Mario is all about fluidity, speed, and bouncy trampoline jumps, whereas Tomb Raider is about positioning, patience, and precision. Making your way through these ancient ruins is almost like navigating a submarine or setting up an elaborate machine. You must observe the environment and execute moves perfectly to get Lara Croft from A to B. Today, in a world where characters magnetically snap to ledges and automatically clamber up walls, this sort of precise movement can feel antiquated and frustrating. But once you get into it and feel the satisfaction of overcoming a bunch of obstacles, you realise that there's something to be gained by making movement more involved. Tomb Raider can be played on all platforms as part of a remaster that features all 3 PS1 games. You can press a single button to revert the game back to its original style. Resident Evil was certainly not the first survival horror game. In fact, many of its ideas were inspired by Alone in the Dark, including the iconic fixed camera perspective. But hey, one game led to a thriving franchise of critically acclaimed games, and the other led to an Uwe Boll movie, so here we are. There are plenty of ways that Resident Evil made players feel scared and unsettled, from the aforementioned camera angle to the clunky movement to good old-fashioned jump scares. But the one I want to point out is the way Resident Evil simply restricts how much stuff you can have. Key items like ammunition and healing herbs are rare, which means you can't blast your gun at anything that moves. Instead, you need to carefully conserve ammo, consider every shot, and sometimes choose to just run away from enemies. And then there's the inventory, a tiny cramped grid. Instead of carrying about an entire arsenal of different guns, you have to think carefully about what items you need right now. It's a perfect lesson in how a designer can make a player feel empowered or disempowered simply by turning the big dial labelled resources. Resident Evil is hard to play outside of using original hardware in 2024, so feel free to check out the impressive HD remake, which is available on all major platforms. Valve's Half-Life tells a complete story, but without ever stopping for a cutscene. The game follows Gordon Freeman, a nerdy scientist who gets caught up in an alien invasion. He'll have to fight monsters, solve puzzles, fend off the military, and even spend a bit of time on the aliens' home planet of Zen. But the game's narrative innovation is that the whole thing takes place from Gordon's perspective, and in real time, without breaks, level transitions, or cutscenes. This gives the game an immersive and grounded feel, which operates on the strengths of video games rather than simply copying what works in movies. So when characters talk to you, they look directly into the camera. When explosions happen, they feel more impactful because they're happening in real time, and the game never takes away your control or sense of agency. This might feel a little trite, seeing as a lot of first-person shooter games now feature flashy cinematic set pieces, but it all goes back to Half-Life and that slow tram ride into the heart of Black Mesa. The game's on Steam, and obviously play Half-Life 2 as well. Thief: The Dark Project follows burglar Garrett into mansions, cathedrals, and any other place that might hide valuable treasure. And because Garrett is not much of a fighter, you'll need to focus on sneaking past enemies if you want to get back out alive. This means reading the environment and using it to your advantage, and that operates on 2 axes. You've got light. You'll be spotted in bright areas, so stick to the shadow. And sound. Echoey surfaces can give your footsteps away, so walk on grass and carpet where possible. This makes for a game about patient observation, where you look, listen and try to figure out what the guards are thinking. But you can also manipulate the environment to your own needs, perhaps using a water arrow to douse a torch, or a moss arrow to create an impromptu rug to hush your footsteps. Thief: The Dark Project is available on Steam as Thief Gold. I think there's a lot to learn about game design from the arcade. These games can't rely on complex stories, long campaigns, or in-depth gameplay. They need to hook you immediately, explain their gameplay in seconds, and incentivize you to come back and try again when you've got more pocket money. All good lessons for game designers to have up their sleeve. Take Crazy Taxi, Sega's bonkers driving game from 1999. The game has you zigzagging around a San Francisco-style city, trying to make as many taxi journeys as possible within a matter of minutes. So you pick up passengers and then speed them to their destination. The faster you get them there, the more money you earn, but you also get a bigger tip by pulling off stunts, tricks, and driving recklessly along the way. And then time's up, and the game's over. Producer Kenji Kano says, "The whole point of the game is to have a lot of fun in a short period of time," and I totally agree. It's my go-to example of a game with an extremely simple but utterly concentrated gameplay loop. Crazy Taxi is available on Steam, but this version is sadly missing the product placement and the iconic original soundtrack. So, Thief was part of a legacy of immersive sims. These were games that used complex systems like physics and artificial intelligence to simulate a world, and would then immerse you in that world through a first-person perspective and realistic interactions. So, simulations that were immersive, hence immersive sim. But in 2000, designer Warren Spector and his team added a whole new side to the term. In Deus Ex, a globe-trotting cyberpunk spy thriller about conspiracies, the idea is that the player is able to tackle objectives in just about whatever way they want. So you can play the game as a first-person shooter, like Half-Life, or you can take the stealthy approach and sneak around in the shadows, like Thief. You can play it more like an adventure game as you chat to characters and negotiate for information. Or you can treat it like an RPG as you level up skills in lockpicking, hacking, swimming, and so on to unlock more routes. All of this led to a game of overwhelming player freedom. A game where levels are open-ended play spaces with endless routes and solutions, and it's up to the player to direct the action. According to Spector, the game had to be about how clever and creative players were, not how clever and creative we, as developers, were. Deus Ex has inspired a litany of fantastic games like Dishonored and Prey that also work to empower the player, but the incredible original is still available on Steam. If you're looking for someone to blame for the skill trees that show up in every modern game, look no further than Blizzard's Diablo 2. This game is a highly concentrated RPG which puts the focus almost exclusively on combat and on powering up your character. Every time you get enough experience points to level up, you don't just have a chance to boost your stats like attack and dexterity, but you also get to choose a node on a skill tree. Each one of these is a handy new ability, either a move you perform actively or a passive buff that's helping in the background. And each new skill can dramatically change how your character works. Like, the Necromancer starts out with the ability to turn a dead body into a friendly skeleton buddy, but 5 or so hours later you'll have a whole army of skeletons, a clay golem and an undead mage working alongside you while you rip apart your enemies with powerful spells. And it's this feeling, going from powerless rube to overpowered god, that makes Diablo 2 so fun and so hard to put down. You want to see the effect of just one more skill. You want to get just a little more powerful. Being able to see the whole skill tree is also hugely important. Much of your time is spent simply reading what later upgrades will do and dreaming of the time you'll finally unlock it. The original Diablo 2 is available on Battle.net, but requires a little jiggery pokery to get working on modern machines. So feel free to play the remastered version if you want an easy life. After the success of SimCity, a city-building simulation game about urban planning, designer Will Wright decided to zoom in and make a game about individual households, and he called it The Sims. So we ended up with a game that follows the lives of a user-created family of digitized humans. And the game acts like an ant farm. You can just watch these people going about their day using smart utility AI to autonomously fulfill their needs and desires. Or you can reach in and exert control. For some players, The Sims was about telling stories and using the simulation gameplay as a means for creation. For others, The Sims was about playing God, putting the Sims in strange and uncomfortable situations or torturing them with a capricious flick of the mouse. Pretty much everyone who has played The Sims has sent a Sim into a swimming pool and then deleted the ladder. But this was the joy of The Sims. It was whatever you made of it. 20 years later, The Sims still remains an essential touchstone for player-led game design. The original game can be found on abandonware websites, but the very good The Sims 3 is available more easily on Steam if you prefer. Grand Theft Auto 3 and its sequels might be best known for their many media controversies. But when it comes to game design, GTA is best known for popularizing the idea of an open world game. Pretty much every game that takes place in a giant, contiguous city has to pay a debt of influence to Rockstar and Liberty City. But GTA actually does something that most open world games still get wrong. You see, the game has missions, which are carefully scripted levels with goals, cutscenes, fail states, and rewards. And doing these will advance the story and unlock more of the world. But between these missions, the game encourages you to simply run riot and let off steam. You can drive off ramps and do stunts, steal an ambulance and become a paramedic, or simply get into a ridiculous city-wide car chase with the police. In other open world games, there's either little of interest to do in the open world, or the story and fantasy precludes you from causing chaos. But by making you a criminal and filling the city with opportunities for mischief and mayhem, Grand Theft Auto allows for unadulterated sandbox thrills. It's sadly only available as the iffy Definitive Edition remaster these days, but you can get a surprisingly good version of GTA 3 on iOS and Android. I sometimes like to talk about how games feel on the thumbs, how the simple joy of interacting with a mouse or controller can feel deeply, inherently satisfying. So whether that's pulling off a flaming uppercut in Street Fighter, snaking in Mario Kart DS, or bunny hopping in Quake, these kinesthetic qualities can elevate a game to a higher level of fun. For me though, nothing beats Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and other games in the series. These anarchic, score-chasing skateboarding games are filled with quirky little inputs that feel satisfying to pull off. For one, there are the tricks, which you unleash by pressing a button and a direction simultaneously. Then there's the manual, which is achieved with a tasty up-down twitch of the analog stick. And then there's the revert, which is achieved by slamming a shoulder button at the exact moment your board hits the wood of a half-pipe. Do these tricks and others like grinds and board flips in a continuous combo and you'll feel like a gaming god. There are few games where I can boot them up even after being away for years and just instantly slip back into the groove. I can't ride a skateboard for toffee in real life, but I'll never forget how to trick in Tony Hawk's. Sadly, the only games easily available as of now are in a remake collection featuring the first 2 games, so you'll have to make do with those if you're not willing to do a little work. Developer Fumita Ueda is fond of a game-making approach called design by subtraction, which is all about removing extraneous elements to get to the core of the game. He was inspired by the French title Another World, a cinematic adventure that did away with typical video game elements like the user interface, score system, health bar, and lives, and it even got rid of dialogue. Instead, it depicted the relationship between 2 characters entirely through actions. If you've played Eco, that probably sounds familiar. The game is about escorting a princess through a castle filled with monsters, but you can't speak each other's language, so you have to rely on input and actions to get along. You can hold Yorda's hand, give her vague commands, and bat away enemies to keep her safe. Your relationship grows throughout the game, but is cemented when she's taken away for a while. Yorda, after all, grants you the ability to save your game, so when she's gone, there's no way to lock in your progress, and you'll have to do the whole next section in one go. Eco showed me the power of saying and doing less. and I can see its influence in so many games released since. Sadly, you'll have to seek out Eco on PS2 or PS3 to play it today. Once you've done that though, make sure you play Ueda's other games, the incredible Shadow of the Colossus and the, well, interesting The Last Guardian. Tetsuya Mizuguchi is one of gaming's most interesting designers because, for much of his career, he's focused on achieving one goal: syncing up music, visuals, and gameplay to put players in a trance-like state of synesthesia. Perhaps his most successful attempt is Rez, an on-rail shooter where blasting enemies creates sound effects which dynamically synchronize with the background music. Mizuguchi explains that the rhythms of play would always be synced, and play would feel good. When we first made this work, it felt like magic. And it's true. Rez is not a complex game by any means, but there's something truly meditative and engrossing about it, especially when you play it in the dark, with a good set of headphones on, and, if you're feeling spicy, the trance vibrator peripheral nestled somewhere on your person. It's perhaps even better in VR, so if you can't track down the Dreamcast original, check out Rez Infinite on your headset. While the Resident Evil games focused on campy B-movie horror, all rubber suit monsters and haunted houses, the Silent Hill games were going for something more cerebral. Silent Hill 2, for instance, focuses on psychological horror that stems from the protagonist's trauma and guilt. This is achieved in many ways, but perhaps the most effective is in the design of the titular town itself, Silent Hill, because the layout of this place and the way you move through it can be more unsettling than any creature or monster. This is achieved through long, quiet hallways that slowly build a sense of unease, through rooms that have scary noises but no actual monsters, which keeps you on edge at all times, and through the dense fog that hangs over the whole town, making it impossible to know what's too far ahead. But I think my favourite touch is the way the game deals with verticality. There are sections where protagonist James Sunderland travels down, maybe going down a staircase or jumping into a dark pit, and then he goes down again, and at some point you realise I shouldn't be able to go down this deep. That's not how buildings work, it defies logic and physics. But then again, Silent Hill was never really logical because the town is ultimately